Now should be alright. Okay. Hello. Hi, Lorenzo. Hello, Simpson. Hi. How are you doing? How is it going, people? How are you feeling? Hello, hello. Wait. I just set up better the cam. There's a special guest right there. Hello. Hi, how are you doing? Wait, I need to put you a little bit closer to the cam. What happened to the stream yesterday? So, I don't know why. Wait. Okay. Now I can see you. Okay. I don't know why, but the computer that I'm using, like the main one, the one that we fixed. We tried to add some new things, right? The CPU went on overheating, so it kept like freezing when I was like using something like a little bit more super crispy. I'm very happy. Like I didn't fix it yet, but I realized that I've been streaming on Saturday using this setup, even with a CPU that was going high. And I've been doing a lot of things and it managed to hold on a lot. So I'm doing something that maybe I'm not supposed to do, but I'd rather do it. So I have my sanity of my mind in place. I will be streaming from the main computer today. I will be waiting for, like, I should receive today the new dissipator, it's called. The one for, like, cool down the CPU. As soon as I receive it, I'm gonna be, like, put it on as a new thing on it. So I'm generally so sorry, chat. You have no idea how sorry I am for missing out on the Dambos games and also for not streaming yesterday. I'm really sorry. I really hate... okay, listen, it might be me, but I have very high expectations of myself and I hate when I don't achieve those. VH! Thank you so much. Thank you so much for 2 months. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Infinity, thank you so much for 2 months. Welcome back. My Veyo? Don't look at it. Why are you looking at my shit? You don't hear these things. You don't hear these things. It's just for me, you know. Good morning, Madness. Hi, how are you doing? I should not be sorry. I know, but I could have like planned it better. But you know what? You know what I like about these things? I like to see the happy things from this. What we got from this is I called the people from MSI, the ones that got me the GPU, right? And I was like, listen, I hate to not be independent because, you know, what I hated from Iowa. You already awake, Bernie? Good morning. You know, the feeling of like, I didn't know what to do. I had no idea on what to do to fix things. I hated it so much. Like, not being able to understand what was going wrong. How could I fix it? How I had no idea. You did not expect me to see this morning? Hi, JJ. It was so disappointing. Like, I not knowing where to turn my head. Thank God I got the help. Yesterday you told me about Blink, who's a friend of mine, and I contacted him, and it was super nice to tell me like what he thinks that I should do and all of that. He was the sweetest soul. So I got help from friends, but I hate to not know how to fix my own issues, right? So what I thought about as like I contacted people from MSI, and I was like, listen, I want to know these things. I need to know how to fix my computer if I need to, like, I don't know, I just need all of these things. So I asked them if they would be interested in having like a stream where I go to their offices and I'll be you know, like, how do I close this thing? So I'm trying to fix some stuff. And I will be going around their offices, podcast mode. Oh yeah, thank you, JJ. Thank you for that. Thank you, appreciate you. I'm gonna go around their offices and they're gonna explain me how computer works. And most probably what will happen is that I will get a new case. We still don't know if they have one that is for me or if I will buy it, but next week I'll go to their offices and we're gonna rebuild the computer together in a new bigger case, so I will have less issues, and I will be doing that with experts in the matter, that they will be able to also explain me what is happening, why is it happening, what is going on, and all of that. I'm so excited. I'm really, really excited. I'm really, really excited. Did you blow away the dust that you were another unwanted guest? Were there any unwanted, no more unwanted guests, and I didn't put away any more dust. This is, I'm out of all, but plus yesterday I feel like all the stress that I had in the last weekend just fell, and I passed out yesterday, chat. Yesterday I passed out. I was like, I slept so much. Like I didn't even want to sleep. I went to bed, like and I said like, oh Jumpo, thank you for 6 months. Welcome back. Jumpo, thank you for the 6 months. Welcome back. I appreciate you for being here. Thank you for the help of a year. I was too early. Yesterday, like, I went to bed thinking, oh, I'm just gonna rest a little. I woke up at 6 after 4 hours. Like, I forced myself to wake up because, like, is the old GPU back in now? No, it's still the new one. It's still the new one. But I realized that since I've been streaming on Saturday, I'm just gonna use it just for streaming. I'm not gonna use the computer for nothing else. I'm gonna use my potato laptop and the iPad for working today. Maybe you should ask MSI if you can do a tutorial like video on YouTube too. Yeah, that would be lovely. But I don't think that I don't think that they will be able to be that in detail. Like, I don't think that will be useful, you know. I think I want to for sure do something about, what's your opinion about ChatGPT? I think that it will be, no, I don't hate AI. I think that people that are scared of AI, that people that hate AI are just scared. Oh, Shabham. Hi, Kami. Oh, I actually have something. Shaban, thank you so much for the 16 months. You're a champ, for real. Thank you so much for it. PC is working again? Kinda. Wait, maybe like this should be working. Wait, I have something. I cannot move these things. Wait. Are you still grounded? Wait. So, as you might see, there is our table. That's not a table, that's a tree. There is our tree right there. Do you see it? If you don't see it, go check your eyes because you might have some issues. But anyway. Oh, I haven't done the story. Wait. First I'll do the story. Then I'll tell you what I have for you. I think that I still have pictures from yesterday that I didn't post. Do I? No, I don't. Wait, let me take a picture and then we are ready to go. Is 0 out of 5. I forgot. Are we doing 6 or are we doing 7 to start with? Normally 6. Go 6. Go 6. I'm stupid. Go 6. That's me. Because there was like a bit longer thing. Hi, Prismino. Hello. We do 6. 42. 42. That doesn't sound right. Wait, let me... Okay. Wait, good morning. 42. We do 8. Shut up. Well, we can do 7. You know how we can do 7. You know how we can do 7. How far away are we from the Lord of the Rings marathon? We do 10? Shut up! You're not gonna trick me into this. Wait, but why is there flesh? Wait. I mean, that's okay. I don't really care about the picture today. Today we're gonna recover the day we didn't study. What? Who said that? Who said that I was going to do that? No one. That's fake news. Fake news. Wait. No. Is there still people using Twitter after Elon Musk got it? I don't think so. I'm starting to think like I'm kind of happy to a point that Elon Musk got it because he's destroying it, and I don't have to learn it because I hated it entirely. So, kind of like I mean, you know, like I'm not too bad, not too bad. By the way, what did you do yesterday, Chad? I'm sorry if yesterday we tried the podcast. I think the podcast might work in a situation where, like, there is at least the video in the background and we make it clear. Like, there is a good, like, Billy Bella, understandable. What? Yeah, yes, I saw it. I saw it that you finished the Pera puzzle, like the 9 days one. By the way, there is Pera right there. If you didn't see her, right there. You cried? What do you mean you cried? Did you miss us that much, Ari? No, Ari, I told you you could have no. Ari, you could have like just streamed for us. I told you. So no 12 session? Not really. Not really. Wait, okay, so I have something. I finally finished to do the things that I have to do. Now I finished everything. Okay. So.
Are we supposed?
Okay. So. You know that music, we don't have music? I thought we did. Hey yo. Go for it. Okay. No, we do. A bit too high. I'm so sorry. Yes, I know that on Mondays, usually it's really, really useful to stream. I'm really sorry if yesterday I was not there. But, you know that we had the charity stream, and I'm so fucking grateful again for that. Really, really, really am. So, we had that. And I have some spare of these. I don't know what I will be using them for. Maybe, we will see. Maybe on my birthday. I don't know. Yes, I'm back, Meta. Wait, there's a bit too many things here. But you know that mods would have their special balls. So I am trying to find, like, they couldn't make it easy for me, no, right? No. So Ari asked me for a cat. Kami asked me for a squirrel. And Jalfor asked me for a bad one, like an ugly one. Listen, I am trying so hard to find. I thought it was easy to find like a cat, a squirrel, and a ugly ball. All right. I could make yours at home. Wait, how is that bad? If I make it, it's the prettiest one. Some kebab. But sure, right? Yes. But so today I was walking like in a shop like to fix some stuff and blah blah. And the only one that I was able to find, like I swear I searched for it. Let me remove the price tag. I found one of these. Which one do you think I found? Whose mod do you think I found? Whose ball? Whose mod's ball did I find today? What the fuck? This is so difficult. It's so difficult grammar. Whose mod's ball did I find a ball for? Oh my god. Whose mod's ball did I found? Ugly? Cami? Whose mod ball did I find? Okay, there you go. Jeez, mine's broke. Yep. Handbag, you're already awake. Good morning. Balls. So, I got cummies. I got cummies. It's a squirrel. It's a squirrel. She asked for a squirrel and I delivered. Tell me that is not cute. It's a squirrel on fucking skis. Cami, you're... Welcome back, Cami, also between the mods. It's a bit cute. It's a bit cute. It's so cute. He also has a little scarf and he also has like the ear things. I'm not gonna tell you how much I spent for this shit, but look at this. He also has this thing and a little scarf and the skis. It's cute. It's very cute. That is so fucking difficult to find squirrels, cats, and it's so difficult. It's so fucking difficult, I swear. He has not the Rambo thing on his head. Wait, why should he have the Rambo thing on that? Like Cami? Well, then I'm gonna put Cami on the tree. I disconnected the ear set. Let me put Cami on the tree. Okay. She should be like here. There is the ball. Wait. There's the ball called for chat. This one is the chat ball. So we're gonna put Cami next to the chat ball. Because she's the keeping the guarding him. She can see you. Yeah, it could be. It could be possible, JJ. It's very much possible. Let me actually monitor. Was HV monitor Pro? No, not Pro. No Pro. Not Pro. No. No. Not the Pro one. Not the Pro one. Hello, Spaghetti. I have a question for you. What do kids play when their mom is using the phone? I mean, if it's your mom, she usually plays with me. Yeah, it's fine, JJ, it's fine. Let me actually go check. I wanted to check the thing that I use to see the heat so I can keep you updated on things. But yesterday, without even playing Valorant, just opening it, board games. Okay, that was actually a joke. Sorry. Okay, the CCD, which I don't know what that is at 98 degrees right now. CPU is already at 90 degrees. I'm not gonna use the computer for anything else. I'm gonna close everything. I think I'm gonna also close the chat. I'm gonna keep it only from the iPad. How dead your iPad is at 4%. 5%. Don't type anything in chat, thank you. We're gonna see, chat. We're gonna see how it goes. I hope today I should receive the all the things needed for like the new dissipator, if that's how it's called. Let me see. Okay, I have you right here on the iPad. You are very hot. You are extremely hot. Let me go. New thermal paste? It's not even new thermal paste. Wait, give me a second. switching my. I have both the laptop, sorry, both the iPad and the phone almost dead. So. And the saddest part is like we're not even live on TikTok. I know you don't care. Don't use all the monitors. Okay, I'm gonna turn off. I think that you're right. I'm not gonna use this monitor. Okay, we're all here. Maybe this is gonna help a little. I don't know. Yeah, there's not your monitor anymore. But I have you on the iPad. Today's gonna be a chill day where we don't play. I have so many things to do because I didn't do nothing yesterday because I was very stressed. But open the side panel of the case so it gets more air out, I think. I was also suggested to have like a little fan pointing at it, but I don't know if that's useful. Well, we don't start again. Listen. Let's not start again the fix my PC stream, all right? Let's not do that. Let's get some work done, all right? Okay, let's not do that. Let's get some work done because we all have to work a lot. All right? Shall we approve time? Thank you. I don't even see the emotes on the iPad. Such. Anyway, people, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, okay? Be good, everyone. Bye. Hello. Welcome to the break. I think that
Atheism is a non-profit organization.
did I hear something? Saying good friends. Hi Kanka, hello. So among the many things I did yesterday, because like I was already like, well, the computer is fucked up, let's just fuck that up completely. I also updated OBS, and now I cannot switch between scenes with my normal command. Usually I just click a command and I just switch. My camera is really high res. Really? Is it really good resolution? Nice. Finally, we're back. Maybe because I like, is it better than usual? I can fix it. I'm not a hacker. I hate this kind. I think that it's a problem with the WebSocket. It's just not the right one installed, or like, oh, maybe I should have updated also webhooks. No, this is for maybe I should not do it now. Maybe I will not do it now. Dory! Thank you so much for that, Dory. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. How are you doing? How is it going? Here. Okay. Dory, thank you so much. Thank you for the 8 months. Appreciate you. For real.
8 months.
It's almost a baby, teaser. I will not do it now. It's cold weather here in Verona. It's currently 3 degrees, so kind of cold. And in my CPU there are minimum 75, maximum 95 degrees. So it's around 80 degrees right now in my CPU. So I'm doing okay. I don't need to turn on the heater. How did I bend my iPad? It is not. It looks bent. Why the fuck it's bent? Why? Good morning. Why? Technology doesn't like me anymore. No, it's just bent. No, it's not. How? How did this happen? I did not sit on it. Let's go to Lourdes. What? Fuck, chat. You know what time is it? Fuck. Do you know what time is it? No, I'm not gonna touch it. Do you know what time is it? Fuck, give me a second. Wait. Fuck. Fuck. Ah.
Menno mail che l'oltravolto of every scritto sui cantaloupe. I have no but. A quanto pen and non need a cordo.
Where even is it? the fuck is my incense? Where the fuck is my incense? Holy fucking shit. Not again! Not again! Ah! Where is it? I lost it. Was it stolen? Okay, my incense got stolen, but... Ah! Fuck! Please! Get away! Please, no bad karma! Please, stop! I'm touching the turmalina. Ah! Hi, Danny! Nothing much, I'm just having an egg on my body because I got bad luck. So I need to... Shit! Yeah. Please get away all the bad things. Please. Fuck. Not again. Not again. Wait. Avevi scritto sui pantaloni have no bar, a quanto pare l'iPad non se n'è accorto. Oh, abito! You bitch! Oh! Fuck! Get away! Bad karma! Fuck you! Not again! Okay. And now we see if I got... Someone did a malocchio on me. Fuck, where do I put this now? Oh, chat. It looks so bad. Fuck, I got malocchio. Fuck, I got malocchio. Chat, look. Don't look from the top. Look on the sides. You see, it's not like clear. I got malocchio. Fuck, I got malocchio. Fuck, someone spelled me. No. Pobrecito, es mala suerte. Tengo la mala suerte, chat. Fuck. It's so cloudy. Fuck, I got mala suerte. Fuck, chat, I got mala suerte. Okay, we have to fix it. Okay, let me throw away this egg. Fry that egg. Yes, I'm gonna fry it. Wait. I need to put big salt on it. I'm not gonna put big salt. I'm not gonna throw it away. I'm just gonna put big salt and then I'm gonna cook it. No, bad luck to me. No. Stay away. No more malocchio. Fuck this shit. No. Oh, no. No more mala suerte. Mala suerte, your ass. No more. It's gone. No tengo mala suerte. Ah. Excess of sodium. Ah. Now I'm feeling better. Oh. Anedeo? Who's Anedeo, mama? By the way, ciao, mama. Thank you for being chat and thank you for showing my stream while I'm throwing an egg around my face. Yeah, thank you. But anyway, now we have Tormalina also close to us. Near not living. I cannot find my... Where did my incense go? Where did it go? It ran away. Ah! Di Luca, okay. Say hi, mama. Say hi. Lina is back. Mama, please don't look at what I'm doing right now. Please close the stream. I'm just gonna make a church out of my room. Mamma! If you're still in chat. Dov'è il mio incenso? Dov'è finito il mio incenso? Found it. Let me get fire and a plate. I'll be right back. Sorry, child. We have to do this. This is from just learning, I think. Mamma, don't guardare. I promise. Then we go back to work, I promise. But I just need to... Sorry, child. Give me a second. This is gonna make my room smell like church.
Poor egg. Stop black magic.
I'm going for black magic. I don't care. Okay. You stay there with Tormalina next to you. There we go. There we go. Shit. Wait, let me put it a little bit farther away because it stinks so bad. Okay. There we go. There we have the black magic is gonna bring you also good luck. Want to see the tree? There we go. There's the, oh my god, it already stinks like church. Anyway. Last time you recharged the Lina? Very long time ago. Very long time ago. Oh my god, the smoke is coming to me. It means like it's actually searching for me to clean me. Please cleanse me. Thank you. People! You're not allowed in church. People, you know how you can also get away from bad karma and bad people looking at you in the wrong way? With NordVPN. You can use that, you know? That could also a good way for you to get away from bad people thinking bad things about you because they will never know. They will, oh shit, I have fucked up. They will never know. You can stay secret and have all your secrets away from other people. Can I refund myself? Shut up. Anyway. People, I'll take you with you in 45 minutes. If NordVPN doesn't work against the curses, apparently, I'm not sure. I've done. Anyway, if I'll take you with you in 45 minutes, okay? Be good, everyone. Bye. Oh. Welcome back to the break. How are you doing? How is it going, people? This is the voice of your conscience talking. You better get your fucking water right now. Hi, Julie. Hello. Welcome in, newbie. You're learning SQL? RIP. If you are learning SQL, I have a really cool thing that you can do. There's like a murder something that you can solve with SQL. We need to put the ding dong instead of the clock on break. I agree with you. I agree with you. If any mods wants to update that break command, go for it. Go for it. Oh yeah, ripcord. I don't know if you understood which one is it. Like if you search for it, if you search for like SQL murder game something, you should find it. It's really cool. Like so after you have like a little bit of a knowledge on SQL, you can try that one so you can see like how are you doing, if you're good or not, blah blah blah. Ding dong can break. I don't know, like can oh my god, wait. Let me show you Pera for a second. Let me show you Pera for a second. Wait. Yes, I think that also. This, look at her face. Look at that little face. Look at that little face. Look at that little face. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my god. How did the computer building go this weekend? How is the weather at your place, Ripcord? How is it going there? I hope you're doing good. Look at this. Like she has all her cheeks like puffed into the blankie. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. Exactly. Thank you, Cami. Thank you for doing that. Hi, Nesco. How are you doing? How is it going? What do you mean you haven't seen the cat? Look at that! I mean, that moment where I want to destroy her. She's so cute. Did you see the... Oh, no, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen that. Thank you, Cami, for fixing that. You're as sleepy as... Plus, like, she's, like, melted. Melted in the blanket. Yeah, right? Okay. I'm done. I promise, I'm done. I'm done. But there used to be, like, a graphic. Where did the graphic go? We used to have that, right? Oh, I just removed it because I'm stupid. Fuck, I'm so idiot. I'm such an idiot, I swear. Sometimes I chat, I wonder why am I still alive? Or how am I still alive? You know? How? No, my PC did not break. It's more like a matter of like things are... Let me just keep an eye on this. Okay. It's just a matter of like I upgraded it without thinking like things like... Okay, listen to this. Listen to this. And if you have the money on your side and you want to do an investment on a new product and you have the time for it, I'm willing to give you this idea because I'm all for like the improvement of the human race. All right. So why don't we have... Wait for it. Modular computers. Like, it should not be this difficult to build or upgrade a computer. We should have a computer, like you buy the case. There's three types of case. 3 types, a very small one, a medium, and a large one. That's it. And you just put things in it. What do you mean? without having to think about the cables. You don't think about anything. And when you put them inside, the computer already tells you, no, be careful, this one does not work with your computer. You should put another thing, and it tell you already. You know? I don't want an Apple product. I want to be able to like switch the things, you know? Like, it should be way easier. We're in 2022, almost 2023. They should have this one. And like, and then you could also have like, you know, the fancy type of computer where you just, if you are all of it into it, you can just decide to go all for cables and management and have them different and blah, blah, blah. But it should be so much fucking easier. Why is it not possible? Why is it not possible? No cables equal no power for the components equal no PC no work. But that's the point. They should be already integrated. They should be already integrated. Like, they should have a maximum type of cables in it. And when you connect the things, it decides. The computer like, you just have to like maybe remove like a little plastic thing. So then you can put like 3 attachments instead of 2. Like, this should be so much easier. It should be so much easier. But the multinationals will be making more money because right now there is a big, like, how do you say? Like, a lot of people don't want to build their own computer because it sounds difficult. It's so fucking difficult. For me, like, I'm scared right now of opening my computer again. But if it was easier, I would be just like, oh, I like this new component. Let me just add it. Does it fit my computer? Yes, it does. Nice. I just buy it and like... And the day after, it's already done. I don't have to like open, fix the cables, remove the dust and like clean it. And then things explode and then I have to put a vent. It should be so much easier. And more people would be buying components. You know? Maybe they would not be buying all built up already computer. Maybe they will because people are like, I don't care. I don't want to have the issue. They would just buy the computer and that's it. It will be so easier. I'm scared because I don't want to find another insect. Yeah, true. Companies are in competition for the production of PC parts. Competition allow for lower prices, innovation accelerate, end up creating products with different properties and shapes. Yes! But imagine if one of those company made something that you can just... Easier. No, Apple. Apple doesn't do this. Gee, you should clean your PC that you clean your room. I don't clean my room. Why don't we train insects to build PC and then they can live there rent-free? True. It would be a monopoly. It would not work. Well, cases. Like, every company, as they do cases, like MSI does the case here. What is that? MSI did the case for this computer. They would do the same. What is this? High performance, but it's a notebook. Wait, what? But it's just notebooks, not notebooks, not notebooks. Like a case that has all the cables already in there. Lego, like a Lego computer. Have you played Behind the Frame? What do you mean? Like, what? Anti-dust invention. Also anti-dust invention. The last Mac Pro is kind of modular, really? Of course, it will be amazing about who want to share their technology to another company and want to open his own stuff. No one. You would not have to. You would not have to. The only thing that we're removing are cables because those are the biggest issue, the biggest fucking pain. Fucking cables and adaptability to other things. Yes, we're gonna go back to work. Sorry, flat round clock. Sorry, I got hyped up by this thing. Sorry. Stealth Project is a new piece that we're talking about. Gigabyte Stealth Project. Yeah, there must be someone that's already doing, but apply it. If you want to sponsor me, send me your PC, a modular one. I'll be fucking sharing your knowledge with everyone. I hate cables. You need to plug like 4 cables and fans. That's not just it. I did it this weekend and it still has issues because it's still warm. Why? Anyway, people, let's go back to work, all right? I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, okay? Yeah, be good, everyone. Oh, then later I have to also tell you something else later. But anyway, oh, by the way, I don't think there's gonna be Project Tenon today. You know, the breaking news at 3 p.m. because because I'm scared of like screen sharing from this computer. So I will not do that for now. What did you? Camille, you changed it again in a weird way. Anyway, I'll check it with you later, people. Be good, everyone. Bye. Welcome to the break. It might be a bit short of a break. It might be a bit of a short break because I have a meeting in 6 minutes, but it's all right. Maybe I can get it also from here. Let me just check something if it's smart enough. If my computer got smart enough. You're so good, computer. Oh my god, I swear. I love you so much. I love you so much. Never complain about the potato laptop. It has saved me way too many times, and it still will be saving me a lot of times. But how are you all doing, people? How is it going? Scam for what? Scam for what? How am I scamming you? Potato laptop will receive a lot of love. Always good to have a backup. It's like, it's not... Okay. Let me close their ears. Okay. Don't listen to this potato laptop, but he is a bit old, right? So we noticed yesterday there was like a little bit of a pain and laggy and all of that. He's doing his job, like, okay, but we could get one that does like a better job. Not yet. Like, imagine if I had a better one, we could do like in real lives, like anywhere, right? Like I just bring it with me and we study in a coffee shop with a cool camera and all of that. For now, we cannot because it's a potato laptop. But imagine if it was a cool one, I could go anywhere. For now, it's fine. We can deal with it. No, damn it. He did not hear that now. But still does its job with dignity? Yes, it still does its job with dignity. A lot of dignity. By the way, I don't know if you noticed, but I changed a little bit the things on Notion with the schedule. So let me go check it out. Let me just tell you what changed. So this Friday, we're gonna go ice skating and also gift shopping. I have to get some gifts for friends, family, etc. And I'm gonna take you with me. So hoping that the shops will not be too many, like will not have too many issues, like connection wise. Stop having illegal jobs. Stop it. No more. Done. Anyway, the ice rink is open. I saw it the other day, so we could go there like maybe a little bit later, like after a while. We can go shopping first when there's no one around, you know, because like otherwise it's a pain. And then later on Friday later, oh, we got a wheel. Okay, let's see. Oh, I might not gonna show. It's why sub is all the way there? It should be spinning again. All right, I guess. I mean, it's fine. Story time. Story time. Let me check. Spiritus, I don't know what happened. Did you post a link? It didn't look like it. Let me real quick find out who was the one. I don't even know how to call you. Hablo un poquito de español. Mi español no es muy bueno, pero puedo comprender lo que dices. I didn't see a link. That's why, maybe. Anyway, soon I'll ask you, like... Chat, can you please... There is a person that redeemed the wheel. Maybe... I don't know if they're still in chat. Can you please... If you redeem the wheel, can you please type in chat? I want to see if your name comes up. Type a number. Everyone, type your favorite number. Everyone, type your favorite number. Yes, yes, yes. A lot of very nice numbers. They look so good. Wait, I think we have it. We have it. We have it. We have it. I have it. I have it. I have it. I have it. My mom is complaining to Pera. We're gonna be reading. Don't try to distract me. It doesn't work. Anyway, I need to get to the meeting super soon, but I'll tell you just the title of the one. Who's it? Flocky! Thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you, Flocky. Welcome back. The title is... Oh, but we already read this one. To the one... I see you, alright? I saw you. To the one that decided they're, like... the wheel. Please write down other numbers. Other numbers. Everyone, write numbers. Write numbers, everyone. My meeting is starting. Okay, people. I'll check in with you later. You type numbers. I'll be looking at you, okay? Be good, everyone. Bye. What's up, Mambos? Hello. Welcome back. Listen, stop. We don't body shame my iPad. Just because it's curvy, we don't body shame my iPad. Alright? Thank you. Stop body shame. Curvy is good. Curvy is nice. What the fuck is a doggy tree? What the fuck is a doggy tree? You want to know how is it even possible? Me too. I don't know. Curvy is beautiful. I also have no idea how it happened. It's more innocent than it sounds. Is it? The doggy tree has a... Bro. Alright. The iPad looks like a Victoria's Secret mall. Hi Flame, welcome back. It was a very cool, very cool call. Very cool, and it was it is going to directly affect you all. Because it's something for you. It's not a Christmas present, but it could be. It could be. It's about, I'm just gonna tell you randomly what it is about, but not much. Just because, I don't know, I like, yeah. Giving money away to chat, not really. It's about, well, kinda. It has to do something with money for you, in a way. Because it's about the, colander, shut up. It's about the job board that I want to create for all of us. I want to create like a job board where you can go, like we put together all like jobs from all around the internet, all right? Like from Indeed, LinkedIn, specific website of companies, all of that, like put them all together. Maybe also like, maybe a company will just insert in their own opening and things. But since I was telling you, my issue, I'm just telling you everything at this point. Since my issue is like reddito di cittadinanza, it will be super useful, and it will be like already filtered by like being remote kind of work, kind of jobs or something like that. But also not, like, I don't know. My issues would be like I should be the one always like constantly being there, like searching for stuff and adding them and then refreshing, and then that would be a fucking pain, right? So I'm finding someone else that maybe have a lot of companies that are looking, that are in there, like, you know, in around them. This other thing has a lot of companies around them, a lot of them, like a lot of around them. And I have a lot of people that are looking for job around me, right? So what if we help each other by making this job board together, right? And then they will help me out, I'll help them out. Easy, you know? So we both provide stuff for our communities. It could be interesting, yeah. I'd apply for free money to be nice to people. What? Your company is always looking for someone? What is your... Really? But by remote? But it sounds like interesting, right? This sounds cool, but I don't want to work. What do you mean, Kira, you don't want to work? I know you might not want to work, but remember, you have to feed your future pets. You have to feed your future pets. Third in Italy in my job, no remote. Oh. Will work for beer. I got you. Well, money, like if you work, then you get money, then you can buy beer. Yeah. Also companies can directly post their own things thanks to the platform. But like I'm putting together like different subjects, right? In this thing, I'm just putting together. Money can buy many beers. Explain how. True. So I'm like putting together all these different subjects to create this platform that can be useful for all of us. Do you want to be bodyguard for Pera? You would be paid in scratches by Pera, gently provided by Pera. Very interesting. Have an idea? You'll hear from me. Oh, hi, James. Happy to have you in the chat right here. You're actually one of the person that I was going to contact too. So happy to have you here already. Please contact me. Yes, write me. Yes. Money don't buy happiness, but they buy beer, which is more or less the same. Yep, exactly. That's why we work. And also you buy things for your future pets. Scratches from Pera better than hug from G. Wait, what? What? Will work for belly rubs? Chat is alcoholic. Nice. Plus, like, Chat, how can you be alcoholic in a stream of a person that doesn't drink? Drinking is bad, Chat, so you better stop. Don't drink. Drink is bad for your health. And, you know, you should be like me and not drink so you would be a better person. You know, like I am. I don't want to be like you. I only know what is drunk. What? What answer? What question, Sherlock? Sorry if I missed it. Sorry if I missed your question. What is your question? Yeah. Sometimes a little gin in needed at the end of the day. Well, true. I remind you to drink water, not anything else. What are you talking about? Gary! Curry in the house. You say curry. I'm so out of... Wait, one beer. Curry in the house, thank you so much. Curry in the house, thank you so much for the private chat. That is a newbie. You know what to do. Give them. Sniffs. Curry. Plus, if you smell like curry, you smell great. Thank you for being here. Hi. Anyway. Shall we... Oops, I didn't shower today. What do you mean you didn't? Chat, stop sniffing. Stop sniffing. Stop sniffing. They didn't shower. Stop sniffing. I don't want you to be dead. No. Oh yeah, true. Also, only sniff with consent. If they don't, well, I mean, it's in the rules, like kinda. Anyway, shall we go back to work? Shall we go back to being productive? I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, people. Be good, because we have stuff to do. Am I gonna have my second part of my lunch? Right? Yes, I'm gonna have my second part of the lunch. Be good, everyone. Hello. Welcome back to the break. How are you doing? How is it going? Why am I sad, you're asking? Well, you know that I am like... Oh, by the way, I'm not sad anymore because we are being sponsored by the VPN, NordVPN. The VPN. If you click on that link, then you're gonna make me happier, for sure. That's for sure. Anyway, the... I'm sad mostly because I received the... Like, I ordered the dissipator, I think that's how it's called, for the computer so we can make it work. And I can have the computer fixed. Completely fixed. I ordered it yesterday and I should have received it today. I received an email at 2 p.m. saying that it got delivered. I did not receive it. It says left on the stairs. There is nothing on the stairs. I called them saying, hey, I didn't receive shit. Where the fuck is it? And they just told me, oh, we're just... Jake, thank you so much for the gifted one. I appreciate you. I appreciate you for the gifted one. To Angelo. Thank you for the gifted one to Angelo. Really. So... What the fuck? Taurian, thank you so much for the prime. So it's their very first time here. Taurian, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate you. Thank you for trying to cheer me up with that. I appreciate you for it. So like, I should have received it, but it is. We have a train. Oh shit! No, chat, chill. It's fine. You don't have. I'm okay. Kaza, thank you so much for the 6 months. Appreciate you. I'm very much okay. Don't need to stress. Kaza, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 6 months. Appreciate you, really. We're still at 1k. I know this. We're still at 1k. This is huge. But they told me that it's Stop! Guaro! Ingegnere informatico. Thank you for the gifted one to Ingegnere informatico. To cheer me up. Thank you. There is no need. I appreciate you. Guaro, thank you for that. I appreciate you, really. So, like... They said that they will come back to me with a answer to where my package is in 48 hours. In 48 hours! Don't gift it to Dissipator! Thank you for the gifted one to Dissipator. I swear. CPU is at 81 degrees right now without having only OBS open only. Vedrà pure in qualche modo. Thank you, Guaro. Oh my god. Thank you so much for the gift. Eta, thank you so much for the gifted. So like, I want to make a package joke, but I also feel bad, so I won't. Thank you. They said that they're gonna call me like 48 hours, and I was like, wait, can I just like cancel the order and I just go buy it at the shop so I will have it by today? And they're like, well, no, because what if we already delivered it and you will like it says that it's delivered on our side, so you cannot cancel the order anymore. I hate it here so much. I'm gonna check your second one in your Twitch recap. Let's go. Yeah, actually, there are the Twitch recaps out now. Wait, and this thing. Listen, this thing is supposed to like. This is incense next to the turmalina. This is supposed to like I lit it up, right? It should be I lit it up and it just works by itself. Like it continues going the entire thing until it's over, until it's done. But it is not. There's something wrong with me, chat. There's something going on. What kind of god did I make angry? What am I doing? Please. Clean me. Cleanse me. I don't know if this works, but clean me. It smells like church. Clean me. I'm gonna smell like barbecue tonight. This incense is definitely not gonna make my room smell better. It smells like... It just smelled like church. Oh, I also received a dissipator on my stairs. What? I'm joking. Ah! Eden! Eden, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 22 months! Eden, and it might be you. It might be you. It might be you. You might be my issue. I'm joking. Thank you so much, Eden. Thank you for 22 months. I appreciate you very much.
You are cursed by the old gods and the new gods, monk, as you have to repent all your sins.
Thank you. Yes, I have to repent for my sins. I will. So many things are happening today, for real. For real. Anyway, I hope you're having a good day. You have to sing church song? No, I think that if I sing church song, I'm gonna make like one of the many gods angry. I don't know, you know, like I don't know which one should I sing, you know, like it's gonna be all different. If I sing one and it's not the right one, then I'll make the other one angry. I'd rather just not side on any side, you know. This will be nothing new that I am rude because all the problems. Oh no, shut up. Thank you, by the way, for the hype train. I appreciate you so much. New stronger rituals for cleansing. I'm thinking about it. I might just gonna go to someone that is just gonna clean my aura entirely. Like I need a reset of my settings. You know? Oh, Santa. Shit. Oh. Anyway, let's go back to work. I do have a meeting like right now, so I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, okay? Hoping that we will figure this out. Don Bosco. Anyway, I'll check in with you. Bye, people. welcome back. Welcome back to the break. How are you doing? How is it going? How are you feeling? Let's get you back here. Let's get you back here so then I'll tell you the news. Oh, today is a roller coaster day. How are you doing? How is it going? Have you been working well? Have you been doing much? By the way, yes, we did the last tomato of the day. I know one. To take notes, I use good notes. Good notes. Hi, Rising, welcome back. So, the good news is next Tuesday we will go in the offices of MSI Italia. Like, they will give us a tour in their offices. We're gonna see how they work, what they're doing. We're gonna see we're gonna stay there. We're gonna be talking about hardware and computers and all of that. But you know, the idea was like I was going to go there, right? And I was going to, and that's already huge. What the fuck is that? Wait, hold on. Why? Infinity, thank you so fucking much. For the 10, Zeko, thank you for the 14. Infinity! Hello? Are you actually working with us? Oh, you did it for this. You did it for this. We do have an extra promo. Infinity, thank you so fucking much. There, you gifted to Bob Lafro, to iCoffees. Look at that. Thank you so much. And Zeko, thank you for the 14 months. Even though you're a pain, a toxic pain, I appreciate you for being here. You didn't finish your work, so need one more? I got you. Oh, goodness. We have one more promo. W's in chat for the more promo. Let's go. Thank you so much. But, so, like, imagine, and they told me, like, I will do the entire, like, roller coaster, right? So, they said that. They said, like, you can come Tuesday to the office so we can do the live here. I can show you stuff around. Nice, beautiful. And then they said, but we don't have a case for you anymore. Like they don't have 10 push-ups. You do 10 push-ups. We don't have a case for you. So it will be a little bit difficult to like, either you buy one because we cannot provide you one. Or like we just look at your computer and that's it. But we don't put in a new cage. That's what they were. So like, oh, all right, that is fine. And then they said, but maybe we can give you a discount on it. Okay, that's nice. They can have a good discount on a case. That's beautiful, lovely. And then they said, and then I received the email saying the dissipator has been like arrived. All right, the dissipator arrived. I was like, but bro, I did not receive it. How am I supposed to fix my computer if I don't have that one? So like it went down, right? And then I had the call with the guy from MSI because to organize things and all of that. And he said, well, you know, it's a pain for us to give you like the case, so we can give you a new computer. What? A pre-assembled one. What do you mean it's difficult for you to have a case but not to have a new computer? Like, wait, what? I was like, oh, okay, all right. What the fuck? So that's why I was going crazy. And then, what? And then my mom arrived at home and she was like, fuck, we have to pay like $400 to fix. You remember during the cooking stream that the oven is stopped working, right? The oven stopped working. So it's like, we have to pay $400 to fix it and it's a pain and blah, blah, blah. It's like, fuck, I'm so sorry. Shit. And then after a second, but I just met the neighbor and she said that she has your package with the dissipator because they gave her a lot of boxes and among those there was also yours. So like, what the? What the actual fuck? Like, today, I swear, today has been, like, such a roller coaster. What the fuck? But yeah, chat. Like, they still have to give me the confirmation, ultimate confirmation, but he said that he's pretty positive that he's just gonna give me the computer. So in the end, I will have the new PC and the dissipator. New PCWs. What the fuck? They said? Okay, I'm so fucking excited because apparently I don't wanna jinx it too much, but apparently it's like small as a PS5. So if I go places, like if I go travel, I can bring that with me. What the fuck? I just need like a portable screen and that's it. What the fuck? Bless you. That was my mom. Not a good idea, no idea. Oh, well, I mean, so to everyone who is complaining about my incense, my mom asked me if I can turn one on for her too. Mamma, ti dicono salute. Okay. She's saying thank you. It's like, you see, magic is real. I told you. Incense. I'll send you some. I'll send you some, chat. I'll send you some. It's done going, by the way. It is done. I told you it works. It fucking works. It works. Turmalina is charged now. And the incense is done. It's all gone. We're done. Oh my god, I gotta. MSI, we love you so fucking much. For real, for real. For real, for real. Ah. 40 per 13. The computer... wait, dimension? So what? 40 is like 40. Per 40. So like a cube? And it's 13? It's gonna be like that. Oh. You've done something good, maybe, and you got your reward. Or, yeah. Oh my god, it's so small. It's small like Arya. It's almost as tall as Arya. It's almost as tall as Arya. Ah. So see, provision is good. Oh wait, sorry of what, Lorenzo? Love you, Ari. Love you. Plus, the stream is working. The stream is going. Like, I might be like frying the PC. PCU is not doing too bad. Like, it's like right now it's at 78 degrees. It's at 78 degrees. Minimum 75. Maximum 94. Now that I said it, it's 82, but it's fine. Hi, Attic. Hello. It's a skinny. Oh, by the way, if you also want to be fast enough, you can also get NordVPN VPNs, you know? That's most probably... Isn't it that since I did the promo in the previous breaks, I got lucky? It might be NordVPN who's bringing good luck. It might be that one. It might be that. Might be. Shall we get back to work? Not the egg. Also the egg. I think that it's the egg, it's the turmalina, it's everything, and the VPN. And the bent. I forgot to put in my roller coaster of emotions also the bent iPad. I forgot to put this one in the roller coaster of emotions. I did not eat the egg. I forgot to put this one. But how? I have no fucking clue. I don't remember sitting on it. I generally don't remember sitting on it. I have no idea. I was the one who suggested Napolitan corner. If you want, I can send you one. The point, Crash, is that I don't have a P.O. box. I was thinking maybe I can open one for Christmas. So if you want to send me stupid stuff like letters or like a postcard, that would be so fucking cute. But I would have to do it like right now. Maybe I should have done it before. Maybe I should have thought about this before. P.O. box is so fucking expensive, I agree. But maybe I can find someone with an office and they're willing to give their address to the public. Maybe. Well, if you are in Verona and you're willing to give your address to receive packages. I'm not talking about my dad. I don't want him to receive a lot of random packages there, but maybe bombs or stuff. Maybe you, but well, if you want to, you receive stuff there, I can give your address and then from time to time, I'll get there to get my packages. Anyway, I can always have a PO box. PO box are so expensive in Italy. You can give me your office address. Will you not steal my gifts? If I receive gifts, I can give your address. I have to trust you, you know? Like, I need to know that you will not be stealing my stuff. We will see. We will see. Anyway, gifts. I now don't believe anyone anymore since my stuff has been stolen by a neighbor. You know? Wait. Oh, Bartik, thank you for the follow, by the way. I saw you in chat right now. Nicole, yourself, thank you for the 14 months. I appreciate you. Oh yeah, just send me also the Twitch recaps. Send me the Twitch recaps. Nicholas, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 14 months. I appreciate you. For sure, I won't like stuff you like. I'm already using Ashkelon's Netflix, so it's fine. Recaps are on Discord, nice. Other streamers use it. What do they use? Mailboxes has a survey to have a postal box. Mailboxes. I don't know what that is. I don't know if we have it in Italy. Anyway, people, we have one more tomato thanks to Infinity. Okay? We have one more. I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. Welcome back. Hello. I had this stupid idea of going to Discord to check. Just sometimes I just check back, like some channels to be like updated with everything that is happening, especially like the last 5 minutes usually. How did I? How the fuck did I find this? What the fuck is this? Ermita. Ermita, what the f- Ermita, what the f- Wait. Ermita, can you please put it on Instagram? I'm gonna share it. That's genius. Ermita, I swear you're way too good to do this shit. I swear. This is way too much. Armita, you yeah. Let me give you the artist badge. I agree. You deserve it. I don't know how to. Can I just slash? No, I cannot. Where is the roles? Community, role management. Here now, I assign to you, Armita. How the I cannot see chat if I do this. I cannot see chat. Wait. I just know you're Armita, you know? Like that for me you are Armita. I don't Let me read the rest of your nickname. Wait. How is the rest of your nickname? Write something. Or just Armita Gelova Vela. That's the reason why I don't know. Armita Gelove Hermitage? Have you always been Hermitage Lovelace? And I always called you Armita? Did I just... It's the same as metal. And I always called them meta because I thought it was meta. Then I write the entire name is Metal Addict. Armitage Lovelace. I am so sorry. You're the very first artist in the entire stream. Welcome in. I'm sorry, I thought that was it. It's not that I'm too lazy. It's just because it's like I give you a nickname to your nickname, and then it becomes like your own name. She can never read it. No, I cannot. But talking about reading, Metal. Talking about reading. Talking about reading. The person's number was 6, but since the 6 we already read it, I'll say we are gonna go for 66. No, Sandra, at least you stay. Don't leave. Stop distracting me. No. Don't F me. Don't give me Para's butt. Stop it. Stay here and listen to this. You're gonna need this. Why we hold on tightest to the things that aren't meant for us. This is for you, chat. I know you. It's a super short. Look at this. It's super short. It's extremely. Stop barking and meowing. It's super short. Let me. Come on. Oh, meows and move when we were found. No,
Woman
don't!
on trial for beating her husband to death with his guitar collection.
No!
Judge says, first offender.
Okay, you finish your meows.
Then offender.
I'll open this in the meantime. So if you continue meowing, you're not gonna see what I'm gonna open, you know? Poor I got scared. Oh, you're missing a super unboxing. Oh no! You're missing an unboxing. You better stop meowing, baby. Maybe you should be sorry. Wait, I cannot even see the sub. It gets spammed under the... Who was that? C. Walker, was that you? C. Walker, thank you for the 3 months. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, it gets spammed. No! Stop it! Stop it! I cannot see shit. Okay, now I can see everything. I filtered you out. So, look at you stopping with the meows just because you want to see the unpacking. The unpacking of the doomed dissipator that thought we lost.
As a final right, you could set fire to the book.
We're playing unpacking again. Oh, hell yeah. G tries to make content. That's what I'm saying, Mayonnaise. Thank you for understanding. The Doom Dissipator we discovered we don't need anymore. Well, we do need it, so I have 2 full functioning... Wait, this is huge. That's what she said. Wait, this is huge. I don't know if it's gonna fit. I don't know if this is gonna fit. This is huge. It's so fucking cold, by the way. Oh, it's so cold. Ah, it's so cold. I'm putting you back down. Wait, is this for Intel? I don't have an Intel. Bro, please don't be a scam. Please don't be a scam. Wait, this way. Please don't be a scam. I'm gonna mount it. I'm gonna mount it in the next not in the next tomato because we're done with tomatoes, but later. It's for CPU. That's what I'm saying. I don't have a Intel. I have a AMD. Non ci entra infatti Parafest. Wait, what? What? What do you mean you won't mount it? What do you mean? What do you mean I cannot fit that? I asked for a help. I asked for help. I asked for help to Blink. You know Blink. What do you mean it's too big for my case? No. No. Here we go again. No! No! Blink is like a creator and he's really, really good with computers. Like he knows shit tons of stuff. Like, can you stop putting your butt in front of the light? Is it warm? Is that why you're staying there? I mean... It is a bit warm, but not that much. Why you're so weird, you're so weird, you're so dumb. You're so dumb. Not really sure. Why don't you directly switch to liquid? I don't know, Blink told me to get... Listen, usually, I never do what people tell me to do, alright? I never do what people tells me to do. Never. In these occasions, I do. In these occasions, I do because I understand that I don't know shit, so I'll just trust them, you know? In this occasion, just trust them. Did you buy pieces without looking? I did it. I just said, what should I get? They sent me a link, I bought. No questions asked. I sent them what I have. They sent me back a link, I purchased. Can you show me the box? You're scaring me, but this is the box. Wait, you want to know the name? You never do what people tells you to do? Never. This is the one. Listen, we will see. We will see. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. I will find a solution. I'm gonna in it. Read us a story. Yes, I got you. I used to wonder how you let go of the things that that are killing you when it feels like it would kill you to let go. How you decide between if things are meant to be, they will be, and if you want it, you have to go and get it. This is actually important. This is actually interesting stuff. This is actually interesting stuff. This is actually good. Listen to me. Listen. Listen. Okay. Let's make a deal. Listen to me. Listen. Hold on your art. Hold on your weapons. Stop your weapons for a minute. I'll read this sentence to you. Okay? And you stop it. I'll read this sentence to you. And you have to tell me how much do you agree with this sentence, all right? If the average, what do you mean, Lisa? No. If the average is higher than 6, I'm gonna continue, all right? If not, I must stop. But you have to be completely honest with me. Completely honest. Stop it. Or I just read all of it. Or I just read, I'm honest, 0. Shut up! No! Okay, listen, okay? We're gonna try this. We're gonna try. Holy shit, boo, no! Holy shit, boo! Negative numbers, no! I was wondering what was happening. I couldn't hear anything. Just I realized the stream was paused. No idea how that happened. Oh, we're back. Okay, let's try. Okay? Let's try this. Cyborg, thank you for the 100 BDs. Huh? Ha. Oh, okay. Let's try it, okay? Okay. I used to wonder how you let go of the things that are killing you when it feels like it would kill you to let go. How you decide between if things are meant to be, they will be, and if you want it, you have to go get it. Don't you ever have like that situation where like you're like there's a person, you know, that you love so much, that you love so much, but you know that they're hurting you, but you don't want to leave them because you know that it's gonna break your heart. Just stop it! So, listen, the show love will not be... Show love will not be refunded. Show love will not be refunded. You demos. Stop it. Please stop. Can I please have a refund? No, you will not. Stop. Are you done? Everything will be refunded. No, it will not, Jumper. Stop. This one is killing me. Why are you doing this? You know what would make it even worse? This. This is the real spam. This is the real spam. This is the real one. Just use all of your points. There we go. So to answer, I cut toxic. Wait. So to answer, I cut what? Wait. No, I cannot see messages in it. Gone. It's gone. There was a very interesting message. No. You think you interrupted me? It's fine. I can restart. G could be telling us the true meaning of life and we would still meow over it. Jokes aside, it's actually an interesting story. I know, right, Rico? Oh my god, I agree with you. Listen. Okay, no! Stop it! Don't start! Don't again! You're dumb! I swear, you are dumb! Isn't this giving you headache? Isn't this giving you headache? You cannot clip, don't clip. Don't clip. I don't fucking care. You will take this medicine! I think we hold on tightest to the things that aren't meant for us because at some level, we know they aren't really ours. We're always seeking the love we know we don't have. We're always trying to prove the things that are not entirely self-evident. We know that when we stop thinking and talking and raking through the details again and again, it will really be over. When all that exists is an idea, holding is the only way to keep it. Because letting go has little to do with giving somebody permission to live our lives or declare stop or declare that they don't love us anymore or walk away for good, and everything to do with accepting that they already have. Shut up! You didn't get the last part. Should I repeat? I got you. Let me start over. I'll start over again. Okay, we're done. I understood. We're done. I'm not gonna read this anymore, alright? I'm not gonna read this. It's the first and last thing that I don't read this, alright? Wow, what a great outlook on life. Yes, I know, but if only you were listening to me. But the point is, you never allowed me to read this fucking book, and then? This is the most purchased book from the community. This is the most purchased book in the community. This is... Why do I have a screwdriver? It's the only thing that I have on the desk right now, so like I can remove it actually. But
Go ahead, knock yourself out.
what the fuck?
Stop being so rude, chat. Some of us are trying to listen.
Exactly, Jalford. Let me continue for you. This is just for Jalford. I don't know about fate, but I do know the things that are ours don't require us to mentally and emotionally latch onto them to remain. That the best things are never forced, are never created out of ultimatums, never leave us reeling and questioning them for months or years at a time. Please stop, I gotcha. Stop, I promise, stop. Done. No. Can you write it to him privately? Jalford, I'll call you later and I'll show you. Will you shut up? What is this emote? Shut up. You are reloaded. I swear. I love you, but I hate you. You done? Are you done? I wanted to show you my Twitch recap, but my Twitch recap is my Twitch recap is like I cannot show it to you because I would have to screen share. And that is a pain. For my computer, it's a pain. Anyway, do you wanna watch someone playing TFT or Valorant? Do you know what story time is? You know, I wanted to watch it with you. When? Now, yes. TFT? Okay. Let's go say hi to this friend. He's super nice. He's the one that played with me and during the Valorant competition, the Valorant tournament. He's super nice. We've been playing so much with him. And he also played Valorant with us. Wait, what? What am I waiting? What? Wait, what? We're good. He's playing TFT. He's playing your book. This book? Kanka, it's a book that Chad doesn't want me to read, but they also like have it on the wheel. So when they spin the wheel, they have chances of getting me reading one of these. But they don't like it. I'm just explaining what it is. Don't look at me while I'm saying this. Anyway. Chad, I so freaking love you for being here today. If you did even just one tomato today, that was huge. And I'm very proud of you. If you showed love, ironically, fuck you. If you did not, ironically, I love you too. And thank you so much for this. Thank you, Infinity, if you're still here. Infinity, I hope you worked during the last tomato. That emoticon spam still makes your stream pointless. 12-year-old Sims to dominate here. Pause. Thank you for understanding the fucking stream. You stayed here for 5 minutes out of the how many hours? 7 and 15. My man, get better. Why a hater at the end of the stream? Anyway, chat, I love you so much. I really, really do. I'll see you all tomorrow at 11, alright? I'll see you tomorrow at 11. I love you very much.